And there we go. We've got it on. Derek, the Treed Ink, please just remember only 5 emojis maximum would be great. Thank you. And welcome everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you are watching a VolcanoX live stream. On the screen, of course, is Etna. And thank you for the welcomes from Kevin Haynes and Sue Hay says, Doc, I hear you. Okay, good. And Billy Bob Joe, thanks, as well as Sophie and Hermione and Fluffy, who's out hunting. Which is good. And of course King Colin says, yo, it's Dr. Fox 2000. All cool. Anyway, I'm glad to have you all on board here. And of course it is what who lavas ya? Okay, Piggy, thank you. Anyway, lovely lava. This is lava from Etna, and this is live. This is happening right now. So, gets a little fuzzy now and again, unfortunately, and they go out of focus for some reason. And they've got their camera oriented in such a way that they are trying to catch the proverbial eruption of the southeast crater as well. And what I've done is cropped the shot here and zoomed it in a little bit so we can see it a little closer up, hopefully not too distorted. But when it goes out of focus from their side, there's not much we can do. But anyway, that's what we're seeing, so that's all cool. Big news today? No, none. Everything is quiet on the volcano front, including Etna, still sitting at a medium high, waiting to go off and blow its top. And of course, Yvonne Kunkel, who is still there, she should be sleeping right about now, since it's just about 1 o'clock in the morning, and she's got to fly out of there later on this afternoon for her. And which is, well, afternoon, since it's already 1, it'll be okay. Anyway, she's got to do her thing there. Holy mackerel, we got a bunny chasing contest going on there in our yard. They're zooming around so quick I couldn't tell how many there are. Sulks and Sty, Piggy, why? You missed my craziness, haven't you? We all miss your craziness, and we love having you here. So don't sulk in your sty. Please continue. We like it, and really happy that you are here. So don't sulk. No sulking allowed. Anyway, let's get at the cookies. First person in today is Sophie, and Sophie gets the cookies. Yesterday it was Tom, the day before it was Henry, so now Sophie gets cookies. There you go. That is all awesome, and glad that you were able to get in first. And yeah, we got to tease a Piggy with something to get her out. And oh, I don't know, Piggy, I know you've been watching sometimes, but did you see what we got for you? I don't think you ever seen this, or at least I don't know if you did or not. But we'll see. Oh, hang on, I gotta fix that. I gotta turn him around. He's backwards, or is she? And we need to bring that to the top. Is that not on the top? Hang on, there's something going on here. We got to get that all the way up to the top. And there we go. There you is. I knew you'd come out of your sty. Yeah. Good to see you there, Piggy. And you can go hide on that side. So hopefully you'll enjoy that. Yeah, we figured we'd sneak some shots in there of you while you weren't looking. We do have several others, and I thought they were kind of interesting. They were screenshots that we got while you weren't looking. And let's see if I can load a couple of them up. The day you were all excited about getting your new puppy. Here it is. I found it. There you were. You were all excited about getting your new puppy, and I kind of like that, and that was pretty cool. That was a neat one. And let's see, what else we got here? Just to check, there was a couple of others that we seen. At first, when you thought Kermit was joking about bumping his head. Oh, I don't know if you've seen this one. Did you? The bumping his head at first, and I thought that was kind of rude, but you were sitting there laughing. It wasn't that funny, really. But I just figured we'd throw that one on there anyway. Anyway, that's okay. And of course, it was. Yeah. All right. Don't laugh too hard. But let's see what else we have for incriminating evidence here. Well, let's see. I didn't know that Kermit was musically talented. You never told us that he played the banjo. That is something else. Of course, these are all images from our spy cameras, so we caught that one. He doesn't look too injured there, really, if you ask me, but I don't know. He's pretty cool. He never told me. There you go. Oh, gotta love it. All right, enough of the shenanigans. Enough of the shenanigans. We'll get on with what we need to do. Anyway, that is, of course, Etna doing its thing. Really nothing major and new happening anywhere. Things are fairly quiet. So that is what we get to kind of deal with. And anyway, I handed out cookies. I want to say first off, welcome to our moderators: Arizona Snowman, Piggy, the C&D Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, and possibly Lucas Snow and Kevin. Joseph Fields. There we go. The other Kevin that I have as a moderator doesn't count. He don't come here. It's okay. And anyway, that is all good for right now. Welcome, moderators. Glad to have you guys on board, especially you, Piggy. I love having you in here with your little shenanigans. Now I know what he does when I'm out of the sty. Well, yeah, he's live streaming concerts of him playing the banjo. At least he's not in trouble. It's all good. It's all good. Anyway, and I'm awake. What? I am awake for now. Okay, good. That's a good thing. Anyway, let's see what else we can do. Well, we're going to say hi to everybody. Aloha to Kathy. Welcome. Sasha is in the house. Sue Hayes is here. Welcome. Sophie, of course, got the cookies, so I don't need to say welcome again. And Grandma B is here. Welcome. Mona Alfano, good to see you. And welcome. King Colin Dudman, also here. John Raper made it in. And who else we got going up? Kevin Haynes is in the house. Going up a little bit more. Chicky Gomberg. Haven't seen you for a while, Chicky, and it's nice that you're back. And going for, let's see, for more here, looking for Scott Hartman. Welcome. And let's see, we got Kathy. We got Kevin Williams is also in here. Kevin Haynes and Kevin Williams. Do not confuse the two. They are a part of a trio of Kevins, which we don't know where that third one is right now. Maybe he'll come in. Anyway, going up the list a little bit more, looking for more wonderful people. Did I say Tom Dice and Pepper? I hope so. We see a Santa's wonky donkey. And yep, that darn wonky donkey, he is in here as well. I definitely seen him. But, you know, we had those photos of him with the being the tail light for Santa's sleigh. I thought that was pretty cool. Anyway, we'll show that in a little while. Going up the list a little bit more. I got to stay on track here to say hi to everyone. We got Sophie, we got Mona, we got John, we got, still scrolling up looking for more names. We got Tom and Pepper, we got the Wonky Donkey, Hermione and Fluffy. Well, we got Fluffy is out hunting, we got that already. Billy Bob Joe also here, and let's see, who else we got? Uh-oh. Let's see. Okay. I'm just going up there looking. Okay, that Derek the Treed Inc. I don't know if he was trying to be funny or what the deal was. Maybe we're going to unban him. I think you banned him instead of just deleting the message, I think. I'm not sure. Let me go look at that again later. But we'll see, Piggy. I thought I thought you just deleted that message. No worries. Let's see. Who else was here? Who else we got? We got Tom. We got... I'm still scrolling. Diane is in the house. Welcome, Diane. Glad to have you on board. Lizoid, of course, is here. If I haven't mentioned him already, I drew him on the screen. Nice, real, what? Dr. Fox, I really appreciate that. No worries. I figured I'd do a little bit of art. I'm sorry if my art isn't as good as it could be. We got Billy Bob Joe's. Okay, well, let's still scrolling up here looking for more names. Sometimes it gets a little confusing. The more I scroll, the worse it gets. It's a long list, you guys. Scott Hartman, I think we got you. Oz is in the house. Welcome, Oz. And I think I'm up as high as I can go on the list for right now. Now I'm going back down. Look, I only hid the message. Oh, okay. Oh, Derek. All right, checking in. All right, Derek, no problem. We see you there. Okay, I just kind of didn't know. I thought it looked like you actually got hidden completely there by Peggy, but I guess she just hid the message, which is okay. Things were moving, so I couldn't read it properly, but no worries. Florence, Oregon, checking in, all good. So, yeah, Derek, if you can please, just, you know, limit it to 5 emojis. That would be really cool, and we don't have a problem with that. But, you know, maybe you didn't know. So, anyway, let's see. I think we got everybody else in here so far. So, all good. And let's carry on with stuff. Our picture on the screen is getting a little fuzzy. Hopefully, they will refocus that. We'll pop over to Iceland real quick and see what we've got going on there. And it looks mighty white and clean in some areas. Anyway, that is the capital city of Reykjavik, and it is a beautiful place. It looked kind of, I don't know, looked like a sunset time when we looked, and it didn't matter what time of the day it was there. And that is because the sun doesn't go up very high there in the wintertime. But that was what their day was like. So that is roughly about 9 hours and 50 minutes ago, approximately. And we can see they've got some snow on the ground. It is bitterly cold there, I think. We'll find out in a second. I don't know how cold it is in Reykjavik, but it is fairly cold from what I recall. Yep, minus 6 degrees Celsius. So, yep, they're going to have a white Christmas, you guys. How about that? And hopefully, keeping fingers crossed. Sasha, that's nothing to go burr about. You ought to see my temperature. Actually, this morning it was it said minus 38 degrees Celsius here. And I'm very happy, though, that it warmed up. It is presently sitting at about minus 28 degrees Celsius. Sophie says, look at that runway. Yep, there's 2 of them there, and they are fairly clear, so that's not so bad. Yeah, minus 27 right now. That's a lot better than yesterday. Yesterday it did not come above that minus 30 mark, so you know, it was colder than that. And tomorrow is supposed to be around minus 20-ish. So if it gets to minus 20, I'm all good with that. That'll be good. Home of America, can you put that in Fahrenheit? Which one would you like in Fahrenheit? My minus 27 degrees Celsius, which is 17 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. And for the one for Reykjavik, of course, that is 22 degrees Fahrenheit there in Reykjavik, and that is minus 6 degrees Celsius. Write these down, Derek. There will be a test later. You don't understand Celsius. Okay, well, just remember, there's the important one is at minus 40 degrees Celsius, and 40 below is exactly identical on both scales. So when you hear that song that's on the radio that starts out with, well, it's 40 below and I don't give up, and carries on with that tune, please remember that they are the same, and you don't need to worry about where you're from. All right, I did stop short of saying anything bad. Anyway, oh, mysterious death of Colin. What? Mysterious death of Colin? Dr. Fox, Merry Christmas. Oh, okay. That's a different Colin. Okay, my personality, I think the metric system is always better than what we have. Derek, the funny part is you're already using it with your money. That's based on tens, right? So it is what it is. Anyway, I don't make that stuff up. It's what it is. Forget to convert Celsius to Fahrenheit. Nah, we're all good with that. I have no problem with it. Anyway, let's put that back on live. The other shot, of course, is the other camera that's also on the Perlin Center. And unfortunately, it is very foggy and still hasn't cleared up. And I'm sure in due time, once it gets a little warmer, it will clear. And we won't have to worry about that. We'll have the second one back. So that'll be awesome. Let's go to other places here, and of course this one, isn't that a beautiful shot? Oh, I love it. Let's go back let's go back just about 12 hours, and that'll be pretty cool on this one. And of course then you will see the lovely Katla in the background here underneath that big snow pile. Yep, there is a volcano called Katla, and it does exist in there. It's a very large caldera at that. So if it ever pops, we'll have a reasonable view from here. But as you can see, everything looks cold. There are a couple cars in the parking lot today, so people were wandering around, even though it is a very unbearable temperatures, if you want to call it that. There's a little better shot, and we can see some sunshine on the big ice mound. So pretty cool. Show Dr. Fox the love, bop that thumbs, and subscribe. That would be awesome. And let's see what we got going on here. Okay, there, yep, that is all good, not a problem. And let's put that a little bit further into perspective here, just take a look a little bit more later on. Just wanted to mention, you know, because the sun doesn't get up that high, we don't have a lot of daylight there. So what you're seeing there is almost like evening time no matter what. But the days are getting longer, so we'll leave that back on live there. And this, of course, is the other shot that we have of the Reykjanes Peninsula. And you can see the lights over here. That, of course, is Grindavik. And this are the there's the two radio towers here. They're very hard to see right now because there's steam coming up from the steam vents that are right in the foreground. We'll look at them in a second. And the light back here is from the city of, what is it? The capital city, Reykjavik. There we go. And that should be pretty cool. Mars 2028, welcome. And the ice storm is a lot worse than the weather fools said it would be. The wind is about to go berserk. I probably won't have power much longer. Turn your heat up, get your water ready and stuff like that before your power goes out. That is important. And maybe fill up a 5-gallon bucket of water or something as well. If you got to flush the toilet and you don't have any more power and the water pumps go out, then you at least have a little bit of water there. And hopefully that's all good. Dr. Fox, you should drive a Prius. You know what? I don't need to drive a Prius. It is way too cold. And anyway, let's look at this one from earlier, and we will see. There you go. You can see the steam vent right there, and that is pretty awesome. There's also steam coming over here from the power plant, and unfortunately where that is, you can't really see the towers in the background, but they are there. So it's that steam that's kind of just sitting there hiding everything on us, and that's all right. But people were thinking that this was a new volcanic eruption. It is not. These are existing steam vents that were there. No, not new. It's not new. This has been there for years. So all good. And don't let anyone fool you and make you think, oh, we've got a new eruption. No, we don't. It is the steam vents that are there. Anyway, let's leave that be, and we will put this back onto, hey, we got a UFO. This is live, by the way. Darn it, that's only an airplane. Okay, this is pretty close to the airport, so you expect to see a few aircraft coming in now and again. And OneFish26 also in the house. Welcome, I'm glad to have you on board. And let's see, we want to go over the harmonic tremor charts. Let's have a look at that real quick. And there we go. I'm going to refresh that so it is up to date. There we go. And you can see earlier this morning we had a fairly large spike in here. So an earthquake somewhere, and then some smaller ones as well. Makes you wonder what's going on. But we do see a generalized downward trend. I'm not sure what's going to happen in the near future, but hey, we're going to see that. Hey, Kimmy Lambert, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And Leo, is Leo here as well? Leo Carlson, welcome. Good to see you. And let's just scroll down, take a look at the Grindavik one and see what we've got in there. There's the Grimsey one, by the way. While we're going by, we see it going way down and then coming back up slightly and kind of leveling out, I guess, from what we see there at Grimsey. So nothing mean in that going on up there. And of course, here's the Grindavik one. We do see that spike. It is not as big as what we've seen on the other graph for Fagradalfjall, so it's got to be over on the eastern side of it there somewhere, or very close. Anyway, that's what it is doing, and also that same kind of a downward trend as described previously there. Let's take a look at the Krusevik one and see if that big spike is up there as well. Sliding down here, Krusevik, and yep, right off the top of the chart. So this one, mind you, it's kind of set funny the way they've got it there. That chart could be realigned a little bit, but all cool. And that is what we see there. Looks like they had that second one in here as well. And we'll take a look at that shortly. So let's go over and have a look real quick at some earthquakes there in Iceland, of course. And I got to get on the right screen. And there we go. Anyway, where do we want to start? Well, we'll start by saying there were 73 quakes in the last 24 hours. And of course, yesterday I showed you how to work some of these things. We added the feature of showing the continental fault line here. That's North America, that's the Eurasian plate. So that's kind of what we showed there. But let's take a look here and see what we've got for little quakes. This one, 7.09 kilometers down, 6:01 a.m. was the time on that one. We don't see anything else out here, and not in Grindavik, and not at the Blue Lagoon, which is right here in the power plant, and of course Grindavik down here. And of course, there is our wonderful Fagradalfjall area. If we zoom out a little bit, you can kind of see that outline. That's more or less where it is. We do see this one here. And what is this? Okay, I think you need to be going elsewhere. What and was this? Yeah, have a nice day, Child Protection Agency, and we'll see you sometime. Hopefully not too soon. Anyway, 0.59, 3.7 kilometers down, 4:47 a.m. is the time. So that is the only one that we have in our Fagradalfjall area. Of course, that is where Ragnar is, and this is the Siggy Fissure. And that is all right. We go over here by Krusevik, and we do see a bunch of different ones here. 0.3, and that is from 1423, and is 4.4 kilometers down. Then we've got a 0.57, 5 kilometers down from 452. Then we have this one over on towards the lake, 0.59, 4.3 kilometers down. And that is from 634. The next one from 1242, 0.68, 4 kilometers down for him. And then we've got a whole schwack of these other ones here. We're just going to grab a couple and then move on. 2.23, and that is from 4.6 kilometers down. 524 is the time on that. 1.07 in magnitude, 4.3 kilometers down, 4:33 a.m. for him. We'll grab two more out of here. This 0.77, 4.3 clicks down, 3:55 a.m. and we'll do this 0.4 and that is 5.6 kilometers down, and that is from 1743. So these don't look very shallow, and I'm not going to worry about them, but the fact that they are there, we previously had them over here, and now they've moved over there, and the next place I want them to go is over here. I want my Christmas volcano, and we're going to get it. Anyway, let's move on further up the peninsula, and looking at this 0.09, very small, 4.9 clicks down, and that was at 8:35 that we seen. And Yona, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board, Yona, and nice to see you. I hope you're staying warm at home there in Iceland. We looked, it is a -6 degrees for you, and that is cold. Anyway, we got a 0.36, 5.7 kilometers down, 4:18 a.m. for that one, 0.1 over here, 5.2 clicks down, and 16:46 for him. And let's carry on here. Why aren't you moving? All right, something is slowing me down here. I've been noticing this thing every once in a while just doesn't want to respond to anything I do. And it's almost like it needs another update to update the updates, which didn't update correctly. So definitely an update required. Anyway, at 10:28 a.m., we had a 0.8 kilometers down. Any more 8s than that? How about this one? A 0.5. Well, come on, you could have made it 5 kilometers down instead of 4.9. 17:58:15. Very sneaky with the numbers. Anyway, this 0.3, this is 1.1 clicks down, and it was from 17:43. I like that. All right, let's keep going. I'm being smart. Hecla, over here, 0.6, 7.6 kilometers down. And why is that not from 2006 instead of 2011? That would have made more sense. Let's carry on. We don't see anything else in the area right now. And we don't see anything at Katla, which is kind of interesting. Thank you for the 2-minute warning, Peggy. We do see a 0.6. This is the latest one that just came in. See, it's flashing. It's got a little red flashing dot on it. Anyway, it's surface 100 meters down, a 0.6 in magnitude, and 23 minutes after their midnight hour. Looking over here, this would-be Grimsvatn has a 1.1, and that is 1.9 kilometers down at 1901. Oh, not more number play. How about at 401 we had a 0.4, and 4 and 1 is 5, isn't it? So we got a 5 kilometers down. More number play. Anyway, 0.4, 10.6 clicks down at 10:04 D1. All right. I think we're just about ready to stop with the shenanigans. Anyway, Astja is kind of getting busy. They've got a few little quakes or tremors around them. Very interesting. 0.5, 8.1 clicks down, 7:23 a.m. And 6:31 a.m. they had a 0.39, 8.3 clicks down, 0.96, 3.7 kilometers down from 4:38, and then this guy here, 11:49, 1.8, and that is 4.7 4.7 clicks down. Did I say a 0.18? Yeah, I hope so. Anyway, a 0.4 here, 3.1 clicks down, 5:57, a 0.14, 1.9 clicks down, 10:37 for him, 0.54, 3.1 clicks down from 5:57, and then this 0.34, and that was from 10:56 and 6 kilometers down. We'll grab the rest. Actually, let's grab these real quick. 0.59, 6.2 clicks down, and 9:06. And let's just do one more. That 0.28, 7.1 clicks down at 12:23. We'll come back and we'll go at these at Herdebreit. and see if we can impress Yona with my pronunciation. Herdebreit, if I said it right, if Yona's still here. Anyway, we see more swarming, but it is a time to go have a break. We do want, what do you want for Christmas? I want all kinds of things. A bigger computer, a faster computer, a new van, win a massive lottery, and of course I want a peace on earth and goodwill to all mankind. You know, not much. I'm not asking for much. Fight? No snow fight. That's cold stuff. Oz, till you've been in a snowball fight, don't wish for one. Trust me. Some people put ice chunks in there. It hurts. Anyway, let's see what we've got here for lava. Of course, yeah, we'll leave it on here. This, of course, is Mount Etna. It is live. We'll leave that on for right now. For those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you are not yet subscribed, please do consider subscribing if you feel that it's worthy, and we'll go from there. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. Glad to have you on board. Thank you guys for the welcome backs from John Raper and Scott Hartman and Sandra Rockland saying hi. Welcome, Sandra, and Leo, of course, and Oz. And holy mackerel, my screen is going funny. Going here, trying to read through the other ones. Sue Hayes, thank you. Sasha, thank you. And Old Mummy of Hamsters throws in a wonderful $10 super chat. And my screen froze there for a second and got it going again. Just got to look at that message. And it says, welcome back, Uncle Doc, and hello from my hello, my lava family. Gas money for Candy Cane Lane field trip or whatever. And we'll see what we can do, Old Mummy of Hamsters. Right now the van is still not running. It is still too cold outside, but it at least is turning over instead of just making click click noises. So that is a good sign. And thank you very kindly for the $10 super chat. And I guarantee the van will be running tomorrow, so that is all good. And that's all cool. And thanks also to Kananaskis Country and Hermione for the welcome backs, as well as, let's see, who else did I miss? I think I got everyone all good. So anyway, let's pop back over to Iceland real quick. We will finish off our wonderful earthquakes there. We were looking at Herbert. Whoops, wrong map. Let's get it going. There we go. Got it on the right one. Anyway, this one from 1413, 0.59, 4.4 kilometers is the one there, and 0.45, 4.1 kilometers down from 3:14 a.m. And there's a bunch of little ones here as well. 1.09, that's a little bigger. 9.1 clicks down from 1:13 a.m. 0.77, 10.2 kilometers down, 1 a.m. Then a 0.55, that is 4.6 clicks down at 3:53 a.m. and a 0.35 from 8.2 kilometers down at 5:50 a.m. Then we've got a few more up top here on the other side, that where we used to have all those wonderful swarms, and we're seeing some come back now. 0.97, 5.7 kilometers down, and that is from 1050 exactly, yeah. And 0.43, 5.6 clicks down, 10:51 a.m. 0.35 in magnitude, 9.6 kilometers down, 10:58. Then we've got this one here, 0.5, 5.3 kilometers down, 10:51 for that guy. And very interesting stuff. And let's leave these here for a second. Let's take a look at this 2.5. And that is 1.1 kilometers down. That is still out in that same area where we've seen all those other ones before. It came in at 21:30, and still kind of a mystery as to why they are there. Then we've got a whole, whoa, what happened there? Oh, something new popped in. No, maybe not. Something just kind of glitched over. Okay. Anyway, we've got interesting stuff going on here. Just going to grab a few of these. Well, I go with this 1.02, 8 kilometers down, 10:53 a.m. for him. Let's zoom in here. There's a few stacked up. 1.08, 3.9 clicks down, and that is at 3:46. 0.68, 3.9 kilometers down, and that is at 1:13 a.m. 0.69. 5.9 kilometers down, 16:06 was the time on him. And we've got all kinds of others in that same area. Looking here, 1.5, a little more recent, 2319, and 4.2 clicks down for him, 0.56, 1.3 kilometers down, 3 a.m., then 0.83, 10.7 kilometers down, 153. This guy here, 0.8, 5.2 clicks down, 2212, and 2.0, 12.8 kilometers down, 134 is the time on that. And I hope I didn't miss anything here. Hopefully that should be okay. Just see a lot of stuff in the chat there, trying to watch too many things at the same time. And the one that's a little bigger there, 2.1, close to Grimsey over here, that is 13.5 kilometers down from 2:39 a.m. We also have this 1.07, 7.9 kilometers down at 7:39, and again, a number play. And that's pretty awesome. Anyway, that is what we see there. Yesterday I mentioned to you guys about turning on certain things on the map, and of course if you take a look at what I'm doing here, seismometers, and the seismometers of course turn into pink little diamonds on the map, and whenever you click on them you will see the site, and when you go into your harmonic tremor chart you can actually look at those ones or find that specific site, just like a Eruption here. When we click on it, it gives you the actual up-to-date charts, and that is pretty awesome to be able to bring those up. And there you can see that bigger spike that we've seen in there, and that was at 9. Was it at 9? Yeah, something like that. Anyway, that is what we see there. So that is something, and I also turned on the feature in here for the plate boundary, so you can see the mid-Atlantic ridge, if you want to call it that, at this point, and that's the Eurasian side, and that of course is the North American side. So Reykjavik is in North America, and Grindavik of course is in Europe. So that's the way it goes. Anyway, that is it for our earthquakes, and pretty cool to be able to see that. Still no eruption, but the fact that we are getting swarms again down here on the peninsula. Previously we had the swarm that was right in here. Now it's over here. We'll see if we start to see those swarms move back and forth a little bit, and hopefully they'll end up like a yo-yo, and hopefully end up right here in Eruption, where this guy is. I wouldn't mind seeing one of these vents reopen. It'd be kind of cool to see flow start flowing. That'd be neat, eh? But Ragnar would be nice too, or even the Siggy Fisher. Anyway, let's continue on with our other stuff around the planet. Real quick look at the Azores, and of course what you're seeing there on the screen is the very well lit up harbor, and that is very bright. Unfortunately you can't make out what the heck it is with all that light there. And then of course here over on the right side, that is one of the towns there on the island of São Jorge, or São Jorge, if you want to say it in Portuguese. And you can see a string of lights along here. That is the island called Pico Island. And of course, normally you'd be able to see the Pico volcano over there. And that is pretty cool to see that. Anyway, that is all right for there. And of course, yep, we got here before the clock stopped, so we get to see some water splashing if there is any. And yeah, we get here before it, and it didn't finish splashing yet, so that is all good, and we don't mind that. Usually if you see a lot of white water in here, you know how rough the ocean actually is. And it wasn't too bad there today. I did watch it for a little while, And for a while this morning it was really rough, but it calmed down in the latter part of the day. Anyway, getting over to the earthquake map, first thing we were looking for is, hey, where's the earthquakes for the 22nd? And the last one they had right on St. George was on the 20th. So we don't get any new ones. And so pretty quiet there on St. George. Let's look at the other map. I'm actually going to refresh this one just so we don't miss anything. And we will make that one slightly bigger, trying to hide the ads. And we don't see anything. Nothing. So the Azores are quiet, you guys. Very, very quiet. We don't even have a list of anything. So, yep, it's going to be a quiet Christmas for those guys. And they will like that. And I'm happy for them. Hopefully it'll stay that way. Let's put that back onto this shot here. Carry on to our next one, and well, we'll start with Fuego, doesn't matter, since that is where I left it. And of course that is Fuego. You see a few lights over here on the side. There's some people climbing up the darn thing. These guys are crazy. Don't do that. That thing could blow. Throw out lava, big lava chunks. You don't want to be underneath there. Your umbrella ain't gonna save you. Anyway, let's back that up a little bit, and we want to go to about here, and move that forward just a little bit. Oop, I missed it by just a few seconds. So that should be right about here. You can see the candle is definitely lit. There is some wonderful lava spewing out over the top edges of the cone, and you see those lights back there? Those guys are working their way up that mountain while this thing is erupting. I don't know. I'm a little bit leery of doing something like that, especially on this particular volcano, since it is very variable as far as the way the ejecta comes out of the top of that cone. It can go in many different directions. So pretty awesome nonetheless, and it does look wonderful, and I just wanted to share that one with you guys. And of course that is going and going and going, and you notice how dark that cloud is up top. Of course it's kind of silhouetted because the black and white, you know, the sun just went down. You do see the billowing going up higher though. So this one must have had a little bit more oomph than the last ones. But nice looking lava flows coming out of there. So we know Fuego is continuing to do what it does best. If we go back in time here, there's another one just right, where is it? Let's see if we can get to the beginning of it. It kept on going for quite some time. They just turned this stream back on, so we don't have the whole day-night thing. And I think this is worthy of taking a picture, you guys. I think that's a real nice shot of Fuego with the silhouetting of the sunset there, and the cone being silhouetted, as well as the clouds. And that is from 1809 is the time on that. So very nice looking, and worthy of a picture. That is pretty cool. And let's see if we can get to the beginning of that little eruption and see if there was any lava coming out. There's the beginning of it. And of course, this being in color at that point in time, still a lot of light there. So it's harder to see any lava coming out. But we did see the very dark smoke, ash, and whatever else, a plume come out of there. Lots of gases, and I pretty much guarantee that there are chunks of lava being thrown out of there as well. It's just we can't see them right at this point. So, and that actually kept on going from there till I'm just trying to see how far down the road it went here. So from 1755 to before it quit. Okay, it kind of quit at this point in time, 1825, but right after that it started up again. So it kept on going, and it went to about there. So 1833. So quite some time, well over an hour of eruptive time, and that is pretty awesome. 1833 minus what we got here, 1750 something. Come on, show up. You want to show? Let's go have a look here. All right, why are you being funny on me? Maybe it doesn't love me anymore. There we go, 1755, so 8:33, 38 minutes, no, 33 minutes, something like that. Yeah, it's at least, 40 minutes worth of straight eruption time. So that is pretty awesome to see coming out of this volcano. Anyway, let's go over to Popocatépetl before we lose track here. And of course that was looks better now. Was kind of cloudy earlier. Looks like it almost tried to form lenticular clouds, but didn't get a very good chance to finish its job, and it tried. Anyway, when we got back a little bit further in the daytime, it was hit and miss with the clouds. And this is going back quite a ways here already, 10:34 a.m. We do see it continuing to throw out gases and stuff like that. So it definitely is sitting there on a simmer and pretty much ready to go anytime. We need some heavy lava coming out of that thing. There were a couple of points where it did pop a little bit, but we didn't see anything coming out like here at 8:16 a.m. and that was about it. If we go back a little further, that puts us back into our nighttime, or 5:51 a.m. The perfect time to keep an eye on the sky and see how many objects you see moving. But prior to that, I don't believe there were any other pops, or well, a very small one right around here, which is about 30 minutes after midnight. You do see the glow in the caldera, but we're not seeing anything major popping out of there. When we go ahead, it did show some off-gassing and stuff like that, but no lava flow, darn it. We always like lava. Okay, skipping ahead back to a live broadcast from that camera. 1858 is the time there, so very close to my break. 2-minute warning, got it. This one, of course, is San Miguel, and this is down in, what is it, El Salvador. There we go. And there was some off-gassing earlier, and I'm not sure. These are just regular clouds, though, I think, from what we see. And of course, mountains, they do generate cloud. I don't know. I didn't recall seeing anything this morning either. It was very clear. Yep, there it is from 11:41 a.m. And if we go back a little bit more, 9:41, still clear. And 8:35, it was clear. And there's a little smoke. I don't know where that is coming from, but I think there's another vent or crack or something on the other side there. Anyway, that's what we've seen, and not a heck of a lot doing there. We'll leave it back on live, and the other one that we like to have a peek at, of course, is this one, and that's a Momotombo, and this was from earlier today. And when we try to refresh it, of course, it's dark there. We don't see a darn thing. So that's what we've got for that area. It is time for another break, you guys. And of course, it is 6 o'clock here, and that means I'm going to take that break, 5 or 6 minutes, and then when I come back from the break, we will have bacon seeds. So for those good people who like bacon seeds, please do your thing, and we'll be back shortly, or 5 to 6 minutes. Don't go away. Anyway, I'm your host, Dr. Fox 2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. If you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider doing that if you're enjoying the show. Also, if you're sitting on the outsides, haven't joined in, please do consider doing some thing like hitting that subscribe button. That would be awesome. And then we will carry on from there. And Gerard, Julie, Gerard. Yeah, I just took a break half an hour ago, and I will continue to take breaks. So let's leave it at that. I subscribed many times. Oh, I'm sure you did. And anyway, on that friendly note, I'm gonna go take a break, you guys. Don't go away, and we'll be back. We'll throw some music on for you. Actually, I'm gonna put this back onto our wonderful Mount Etna, and if the lava gets too blurry, I will switch it over to Hawaii and switch on the canned lava from there. Anyway, I'm your host, Dr. Fox 2000 here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. I have the microphone back on, and the lava wasn't too bad. It behaved, sort of. and thank you, Oz, for renewing that membership. There was also other ones earlier that I missed, but thank you, everyone, and that is all awesome. And I think Timothy also renewed his, and glad that... Hey guys, a 5-month as a member, that is excellent, Timothy, good stuff. And of course, Oz is 10 months already, holy mackerel. And thank you for the welcome backs from Leo and Sue and Kevin Haynes, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart, and welcome back from Sasha and John and Kate. Kate is in the house, welcome. And King Colin Deadman, Kananaskis Country, and Hermione, and is Fluffy back yet? Or is Fluffy still out hunting? Santa Fox. I don't know about that. I'm not much of a Santa Fox. But that's okay. Anyway, let's get over and we will have a look at the bacon seeds for today. Good to have you back, Leo. Okay, all right. Anyway, that's all cool. Anyway, this is the last one from yesterday, so let's see what our wonderful Piggy sent us today, and there we go. She's typing away and sending the good new stuff, and she found some very interesting ones. This one is a white pig. That is pretty cool. Very little pinkish color to him, almost like an albino. That is pretty awesome. And even a white trotters, white eyelashes, white little piggy tail. Well, it's kind of pink. Okay, but that is what we've got there as our number one. And let's see what the next one is. And that is this one. He's all brown, and he still has his little pink attributes though. So all good. And love those pictures, and that one looks happy and friendly outside. Let's get to the next one, and this, you gotta admit, is just a wee little piggy. Looking at the size of this mini pig, that is very, very small, and that is a little guy, a very, very little one. Don't squish him, don't sit on him, you'll hurt him. He's, yeah, just a wee little bacon seed, and very tiny, and that is what we've got. So I'm holding hiding from Piggy. Why are you hiding, John? What did you do? Anyway, Kate Crease, wow, Kate, thank you very kindly for that very nice super chat. And Kate sends that out. Thank you. I'm just writing it down here. Kate Cress, I should say, not Crease. And thank you very kindly for that, Kate. And writing it down, 1999. And thank you for that wonderful Christmas gift, saying a Merry Christmas. I really do appreciate that. That's awesome. Thank you kindly for that, and that wonderful support for the channel here. Okay, next bacon seed. Let's carry on and get to this one. And he's got a nice smile. I think he's cute. And look right into his eyes. And then you'll see. And very awesome. Hi, Piggy. You can't see me. I'm hiding. Oh, where are you hiding, Sharon? Behind the crayons and cookies? Piggy looks there all the time. You'll end up in her shopping cart. Next bacon seed is this little smart-looking fella. And, of course, that is a wonderful-looking bacon seed, with a smile on his face going, you got anything for me to eat? Like lava cookies? And that'll be good. And is the Piggy here? I can't see her. I can't see her either. What did she say? LOL. She forgot the O, but Storm XXX. Okay, yeah, she can't see you, Storm Chaser. That's okay. Don't worry, or you can't see her. Anyway, a pale face, yeah, maybe. Let's go to the next one. And it looks like this one might have been chasing parked cars, but if he's just a little guy, might have run into a wall and squished that little snout in a little bit. But nonetheless, he is still a bacon seed. I gotta love it. Caramel piggy, there you go, and that would be the appropriate term. Anyway, let's see what our next one is. And that is another one of these caramel colored piggies. This one's got a wonderful collar around it as well. A nice little fella, and he looks right at home there. So pretty awesome, good to see. And we'll get to our last one for today. This is our last bacon seed. And this one has a candy cane in his mouth, telling you, well, he ain't telling you nothing. He's eating a candy cane. He's not saying Merry Christmas. It's impolite to talk with your mouth full. So, yeah, peppermint piggy. There you go. That is awesome. Gotta love it, you guys. Anyway, I did say we were going to show that other wonky donkey picture here, and there is a wonky donkey as the tail light, of course, for our wonderful Santa's sleigh, and that's because his hind end is hurting. Calla Lily, welcome, and anyway, that is, of course, a wonky donkey, and I gotta love that. Anyway, I'll leave it there, you guys. Next volcano on our list, of course, is Merapi. So let's go over to Merapi and see what it is doing. And pretty much normal stuff, hiding in the clouds. And there you can see it. It really covered itself up with that cloud. That's kind of an interesting lenticular cloud on top of it. But it is there nonetheless, and we do see that lenticular cloud stuck around for a while, even when we go back about an hour and 40 minutes ago. It actually had multiple layers to it. You can see it a little better over here in this angle. So pretty awesome to see that, and I wonder if it was actually erupting. But if we go back a little bit further to, say, I don't know, about 2 hours and 40 minutes ago, that was there. It had covered itself up completely, and you know, they call it Merapi because it likes to wrap itself up in clouds. So Rapi, yep, Merapi. Anyway, let's go back a little bit more. Hey, there's that cloud again, and going some more. That cloud's still there. And it doesn't matter, and it gets cloudier as we go along. That is 1:09 a.m. their time, and this is even further back, and it was completely cloudy. So I don't think we're going to see anything from Merapi. Let's put that back on live, and we will continue on. Cloud whirling, yep, it is, and this is what it looks like right now. At present, it looks like it's raining there, so bring your umbrella if you're going to go visit. Anyway, let's go over to this one, and of course that is, let's see if that is working. That is Mount Ruapehu in New Zealand. And I don't know if we had a very good clear shot of it. Yeah, we do. About 3 hours ago we had a fair shot, and we seen some of it as the clouds try to overtake it. Let's see if we can find a clear spot completely. How about right about here? That's about 4 hours ago, and well, almost. But you can see the snow is definitely melting off that mountain. A whole bunch less than what we had on there before. So always nice to see that. And actually, if we go back further in time, it looks even better here. and a nice clear blue sky for their morning, which was really awesome to see. And I do believe he zoomed in on a couple of areas there, but we're not going to worry about that. We've seen that before. But anyway, that is kind of what we've got there. This is when they were pulling back out, zooming back out. So it looks pretty awesome. Anyway, we'll leave it be. There is Ruapehu, and it is doing its a thing. It too has a lenticular cloud over here. That is kind of neat. And I swear there's spaceships in those lenticular clouds. And they're coming down and inspecting things. They gotta hide somewhere, you know. Anyway, I'm kidding. No idea if there's ships in there now. We'll go and put this back to normal. That is live right now. And beautiful looking day with the exception of those clouds. Let's go take a look at the other one. This is, of course, the charts for our wonderful Taupo, and that is, I'm going to refresh, and that doesn't take long to refresh. They've got a very fast website. And looking at what we've got, we don't see a heck of a lot happening here, and really not much in the way of activity. It's pretty quiet and mundane. It's not doing anything like what it did a few weeks back. So probably a quiet Christmas. I wouldn't be losing any sleep seeing that. So that is pretty awesome. Anyway, we'll leave that be. Quick peek at the what the thing actually looks like there. And a beautiful day, some clouds, but sunny nonetheless for the most part. And that, of course, is Taupo, the caldera slash the lake. And the volcano, of course, is underneath in here. Well, that is the volcano. It's full of water. That's why you don't want it going off. Anyway, we'll leave that one be, and we will go back to this setting for a second, and we will slide over to this one. And this, of course, is Semeru. I need to find the right page. They all look alike. No, not that one. Maybe this one here, Semeru. There we go. Going back in time, we did see it, but it too had that cloud problem, as usual. It tried to cover itself up. It's trying to copy Merapi, but it's not working. Kind of a failed attempt at a lenticular cloud, maybe. Maybe it's because it's putting out too much stuff. I don't know. Anyway, let's see what we've got going on here. Did I miss something or no? I hope not. I think I'm okay. I hope. Okay. Anyway, let's see if we go back here. Not a very good looking day today for them. And again, they had their stream shut off for a while, so we didn't see as much as we would have liked to. Almost looks like there's a little bit of a glow in there. And there's some bugs flying around. Yikes. Bugs. They're big bugs. And looking at that, nope, can't see nothing there. And I'm just trying to see if we can spot anything at all. And no. So basically 2:40 a.m. clouds. So unfortunately, not a heck of a lot coming out of it. Quick peek over at the other one. Indonesian volcano monitoring usually shows Krakatau, but there is nothing there, so we'll leave that one be. And we'll leave it on here. Going over next to our wonderful Sakurajima. And yes, you're seeing right, the ice cream boat is in. That's not what you're seeing. You're looking at Sakurajima because you're all interested, and you notice that there's snow on it. So the ice cream boat is here, by the way, if you're interested. Let's go over and take a look. And there you can see it had snow. My God, it's cold there in Japan. Remember yesterday we mentioned that it was very, very cold? Well, it is. It's very cold there. And if we back up a little bit more, you can see a little bit more of that snow. And that looks pretty awesome and pretty neat looking. But prior to that, it was hard to see the thing because, of course, it was under a snowfall advisory of some sort. There you go. You can see literally the birds in the morning flying around, catching everything that they normally catch. I don't know what they're doing, if they're just soaring or if they're actually catching bugs. But that's kind of what we see. And we do have a little bit better shot here. There you go. Of how much snow is on that thing. So you can definitely see the snow line down here, but it did melt quite a bit, so that's okay now. But I'm hoping that they'll get a little warmer there in the future, and we won't see that snow on there. And during the nighttime, it was horrible, and we couldn't see anything, and the smoke must have been coming right at the camera again. And even this shot, you can see the edge of it, and that's about it. You know it's there, but just not able to see it because of the off-gassing, and of course the temperature being lower, and that lets that off-gassing show up a whole bunch more, just like it does here when it's really cold. Anything that is a little warmer, you notice right away. The one thing I do want to point out is take a look at the water where all these boats are down in the forefront here, and you can see that's a fairly choppy water today, so quite windy there, and that's what we've got. Well, sorry folks, bedtime for me. Good night, John Raper, and take care, all the best, and get some sleep. And we'll see you hopefully for tomorrow's stream. So take care and good night. And let's continue on here. This, of course, is the close-up view, and that is not worthwhile looking at. So for those who haven't got their ice cream yet, that ice cream boat is still sitting there, and you are welcome to zip down the road here. And you can see the road, and at the lights you hang a left and get down to the dock and get that ice cream. All right, next we've got Suwanoshijima, also in Japan. Again, hard to tell what it's doing. It does look like it's off-gassing some, but we don't see too much going on there. And it has two vents that really are working. The other one that is behind this hill, and then of course the first one that is in front of this back hill here. So we've got one on this side and one over on the other side, and the other one looks like it is off-gassing somewhat more than this one, but hey, you never know what can happen with these. Weather conditions, of course, are not the greatest, so quite cloudy there. That was at 6:20 or 36 or something like that. And then earlier it was same kind of scenario as what we had over at Sakurajima, where we could barely see anything during the nighttime. So no moonlit stuff there tonight or last night, and that is what we've got going on. We'll leave that one be, and that is back on live. Here's your next one, and of course that is Mount Fuji, and yep, looks like a wind blown on this side and a lot more snow up on this side. The wind is coming across it and leaving its mark with that snow. But we are not seeing a lenticular cloud. It's too darn windy. And that is our wonderful Sakura, no, sorry, not Sakurajima. This is Mount Fuji, the most famous one. Colin Deadman says, I'm in the lounge. I got earache. No, it's not because of a dock. Uh-oh. Did you Did your puppy bite you in the ear? I hope not. Anyway, we'll leave that be. Quick peek over at the next one here. And I was actually going to start out with this site. That, of course, is Yellowstone, or if you want to bring it up the link, you can type in Jellystone as well. And that is a Yellowstone National Park there in the United States. And for those who don't know, it has over 500 active geysers, and it is pretty awesome to see. And I was watching Old Faithful today, and boy, was it foggy there. It is cold, so it looked like some kind of weird wasteland. It was really kind of spooky. But anyway, we won't dwell on that. We do see some of the steam going by, and this is the empty parking lot. There were actually people there today. I'm surprised from when I seen that. I thought, hey, cool. Headlights out, heading, what? Healing thoughts. Oh, there we go. Kate, I got it now. Things are moving on me. Sorry. Trying to keep up with everything. Going too far too fast, I think. Anyway, it is time for a break, you guys, so I am going to go do that. I am going to put you back on to our lovely lava from our... maybe I won't put you there just yet. That is buffering. I'm going to put you on the interim lava, and this is, of course, canned lava from Fissure 3 at Mauna Loa in its wonderful glory, and we'll leave that on there. I'm going to go refresh that other one, and then we will see what we can do as far as working on the rest of it. Anyway, I'm going to go take that break. If you haven't yet hit that like button, please do consider doing that. Also, if you have not yet hit the subscribe button, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. And on that friendly note, I'm going to go take a break. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, where it is a little bit warmer than it was yesterday. Right now, it's only a minus 29 degrees Celsius, so almost a balmy day outside. We'll hope tomorrow's better. Anyway, I'll be back. Don't go away. Keep smiling, and here comes some music. And there we go. The microphone is back on, and I was yawning. It's all Hermione's fault. She told me Fluffy is already asleep and she's tired, and I think it's this lava. This lava is hypnotizing me. Thank you for the welcome backs from Oz and Leo and Kevin Haynes, and yeah, you do a wonderful job on that piano there, Kevin. And Sharon Stewart says, I hear you, DrFox2000. Oh, good. All right. And thanks, Kananaskis Country. Appreciate that. And let's see, what do we got going on here? Well, you see that wonderful lava? Boy, that was neat. Would have been nice if we could have seen it in real color, but rather than the pink filterish stuff there, that was pretty awesome though. It does look kind of different, but nice. You can see the lava churning and bubbling and flying up there. That is one of those things we really, really do like. It's just, we like it in the real color. But, and also this view really shows you how the gases and cloud in the background kind of float up there. That's pretty neat to see. Anyway, let's see, that's all good there. Okay, let's stop our canned lava. We're going to go over and have a look and see what is happening in Hawaii. So we'll turn that off, and we can turn the banner off too as soon as we can find it. I know it's here somewhere. And, oh, hang on, that's not a banner. This is the banner. All right, anyway, that is our wonderful lava pond that we had in Kilauea's crater. And, of course, it's not doing a heck of a lot. I don't know if we'll ever see more lava flowing in here or not, but that is what it was looking like at 12:46 their time. We're going to refresh that picture, and this is at 15:36 is the time now, and we can see that it's still pretty much in the same shape. We see the sloughing off over here, and nothing new or change in here. And I'm not sure if the edges are breaking off a little bit more on the toe area here, but that's kind of what we're seeing. And quiet, no lava, no nothing. Let's take a look at the next photo. And this is actually a pretty clean shot for a change. This one was from 1247. The primary event used to be right here. The little Hornito is right there. You can almost see it. But we aren't seeing any lava from it. There's your lava pond and the toe area, and a lot less smoke around the edges. So pretty much a good indicator that things are cooling off. My big fear here is, is the lava slash magma that's sitting underneath all this crusted over material. What's going to happen to it? If it does drain out and pop out somewhere else, that'll be interesting. But if it does drain out, what are we going to see here for a hole? And is this thing going to sink out of sight and have a collapse of some sort? And we'll find out in the future, I guess. That is the only thing we can do. Here's a, oh, hang on, I wanted to refresh that one before I get too hasty here. Yeah, that one's not that viewable anyway, but that was what it looked like later on. It looks like some clouds moved in, and that is about 3:40 p.m. Their time there in Hawaii. This was from 11:44 in the morning Hawaii time, and you can see things are starting to really cool down. The last little hot spot here is still hanging around somewhere around 120 degrees Celsius. So it is getting cooler though, and that is what we're seeing. I'm going to refresh, and there is what it is. No, still 11:44. They didn't update. Darn it. All right, so we won't worry about updating that. Let's go to our next shot. And so this, like I said, we're going to be interesting to see what happens if this craters down and sinks in, and in the future. I don't think it's going to stay there. I think that lava underneath is going to escape somewhere. And this, of course, is the UFOs sending down their probing beams, checking the rocks. You notice these ones are uncovered and not in snow anymore. And that is because the UFO was beaming stuff off of it. I'm kidding. Lots of snow still present up top. You can see it all over the place. This is the caldera of Mauna Loa, and very interesting to see that doing its thing. Let's refresh that one. That was at 11:36. Yep, they're not updating anything either. So we'll leave that be. Here they've got their notification service. Just a quick, brief run through. Webcams show no signs of activity on the northeast rift zone. Weak residual incandescence is visible internally from the flow. Flow front at night. So you can see a little bit of stuff going on there. And what's it say here about our SO2 or sulfur dioxide emissions? Our rates are at the background levels, so whatever that really is. And hydrogen sulfide as well, and carbon monoxide, as well as fumarole temperatures. So, yep, basically that's what we're seeing. There is nothing really major going on there. Quick shots of the day. Let's see if we can make that a little bit bigger. And somewhere thereabouts anyway. That looked pretty smoky. It was raining or snowing there. Anyway, that's what ended up happening once you get some rain on top of that. Lots of steam. And if we take a look at some of the other photos here, sliding down a little bit, we see pretty much the same thing all the way through as what we did yesterday. Still ice on this particular camera. That one is, where is that one located? No, it's Mauna Loa. It's M5 cam is what they call it. And that is Fissure 3 North Rift Zone. Looks more like ice. Anyway, that was fairly current. And here's what we've got on the other stuff going on. In the background, you can see that snow. In the foreground, you can see some snow here and there. So, still there, more snow. And let's see, the Saddle Road right here, going all the way across. And of course that lava flow, which never made it over there. So that is kind of what we've got going on, and we don't need to worry about the rest of it. This shot from all the way across over from Mauna Kea, and you can see that looks pretty awesome. I think the observatory is right there, so hard to see, but you can see a little dot. That's how far away it is. And here's kind of a neat shot from up top there. And then, of course, that shot again, but with a little later time, they moved their UFO beam over a little bit. All right, I will leave it there for that. Let's take a look at earthquakes. And, well, since that is already on the screen, let's look at it. And I'm going to actually refresh that. And current seismic activity level is moderate. And we can see that they had a couple of quakes just around 5.8 and a half, 5.9 basically, and just in the last little while here, but nothing larger than that. The biggest one was at 6.6, and I don't know where that one is, and we're going to have to see. But that is kind of what we're seeing on that chart. Let's go over to the other one here, and we will take a look first in Hawaii and see what we've got for quakes. The first thing we notice is this guy out of place. This is your Hawaiian Islands, Oahu over here, Maui here, the big island here. And let's see, what is this one? 3.0 from 1728, 10.7 kilometers down. And that's a little odd, but we will always see some quakes in these areas because that is the way it is. The islands are moving, so that would be pretty cool. Anyway, looking up here at the top of Mauna Loa, we don't see anything fresh at all. We do have some over here on Kilauea, but nothing at Mauna Loa. Let's grab some of these quakes, if it'll let me. Hang on. Why did that map not work? Give it a second. It's going to update. Uh-oh. Yep, there it did. Okay, let's zoom in now. It did an update. It took my other earthquakes away. Darn it. There we go. 2.5. Anyway, this is what they consider the Pahala area. So everything is usually between 26 and 37 kilometers down. This particular 2.5 happened yesterday at 23:42. And that one was just about 29 clicks down. This other one here, 1.8, yesterday's as well, 22:10. This one here is 2.4, and this one happened today at 6:04 a.m. This is from 1.8 from 1:19 a.m. And then we get over here and we see a 1.7, 1:04 a.m. We see a 2.2 from 15:49. We see this guy 2.5, a little bit bigger. 4:47 is the time on that one. And we'll grab this guy here, 2.0 from 13:52. And then north of, I guess, northwest of Pahala. That's Pahala right there. And 2.3 and 11:29 was the time on it. And we'll slide over a little bit more and we'll see what these other guys are doing. Kind of interesting to see this activity here. And I'm wondering, because last time they said when Kilauea stopped, it decided to dump out its lava over here somewhere. And I wasn't sure exactly where, but it's interesting. And if that's going to happen again, that'll be fascinating. 2.1 from today at 15:21. There we got a 1.6, sorry, 5:05 a.m. for him. Next one, a 1.9 from 10:21. Then a 1.9 from 17:18. And 2.0 from 9:12. Then we've got this 2.0 from 5:20. We keep working our way up the ladder here. 2.0 from 8:31. Then this one here, 2.2 from 10:17. And 2.3 from 4:04 a.m. This guy here, 2.3 as well, 5:01 a.m. And this guy over here is 1.9, and that is from 4:02 a.m. And sliding over a little bit more, we see this guy here, 2.5, a little bit bigger, 21:09 from yesterday. And then this guy here is 2.2, and that is from 6:33 a.m. That is 3.3 kilometers below sea level. That gets out of that Pahala area. So it's on its own over there. Let's take a look at some of these here. Maybe these are the drain point for Kilauea. We'll see. 2.5, 10:45 is the time on that one. 7.2 kilometers below sea level. This 2.1, 16:55, 7.5 kilometers below sea level. The 2.2 there is from 10:41, half a kilometer below sea level. 2.1 there from 2:57, and that is 4.1 kilometers below sea level. Then getting a little closer, 0.8, very small, 4:26 a.m., 1.4 kilometers below sea level. This one is a 2.7, a little bit bigger, 17:22, and 7.2 kilometers down. Then this guy, 2.2, 15:15 was the time on it, and that is 2 kilometers below sea level. And a 2.1 from 2:12 a.m. And let's not forget this little straggler over here, and that is a 2.8, 6:32 a.m., and that is 500 meters above sea level. So that is all we've got for the quakes there, and all very interesting. And for what I was saying here about the islands are all moving, so in the future, what's going to happen in about 5 million years, this big island of Hawaii will actually be located over here. And about 5 million years ago, this guy was here on the hot spot. So everything is drifting that way. And there's Oahu, which was here about 3.8 million years ago. And boy, they sure make tracks, eh? Anyway, let's zoom out a little bit. We'll get into some of the earthquakes around the world real quick. See a few little spots here up in Alaska, 4.1, 36.1 clicks down, 9:25 a.m. For him. Then we got a 3.3 there, and the Aleutians, and 16:41, 35 clicks down. The other one is 3.2 from 7:31 a.m., 10 kilometers down. Sliding down the coast a little bit here. We see that where we had that big 6 is still some activity. Eureka is over here, Eureka, California, and then the other one, I can't remember the name of it. What was it? Felon something? Ferndale. That's it, Ferndale. And they are continuing to get some of those little quakes, some of the aftershocks, 3.8 as an example there, 4:49 a.m., 27 or 28.7 kilometers down. These other ones here, 3.3 for that guy, 1:47, 2.0, another 2.2, 1.7, that kind of thing, 1.7s. So we're not going to worry about those right now. They're fairly small, just little aftershocks. We'll put it back on that, and we'll slide down here. We already seen those. They did have a fresh one. This looks like El Salvador or Guatemala. It is Guatemala, 4.1, 22:16 yesterday, 89.7 kilometers down. We see a bigger one here in Peru, 5.5. That's a little far inland for the quakes, but hey, I guess they happen there too. 6:13 a.m., 157 kilometers down. This one would be Argentina, and that is 4.4, and that is from 15:17, and it is 183 kilometers down. And we see this one down here at the tip of, I guess we call it Antarctica. Anyway, 4.9. And 10:38 was the time on that. Sliding over and having a quick peek here, Kermadec Ridge, and going into Tonga area and Fiji, 4.2 from 8:01 a.m., 415 clicks down, 4.9 there, Fiji area they call it, that's just about Tonga as well. 8:50 a.m., 57.1 clicks down. This one 5.0 in Tonga, and that is 4 a.m., 164 kilometers down. This one 4.8 also in Tonga from yesterday at 23:51. There we go. Had to look at that. I couldn't see it. And 4.5 here in Papua New Guinea. Yesterday's at 2020 from 128 kilometers down. And we do see this one, Indonesia, 4.7, 17:52 was the time, 35 kilometers down. And then we've got this one, 4.2, and that is also in Indonesia. That's right around where Luolatak is, and that is, like I say, a 4.2. Then we've got a new one here, 4.4, and that is from an 1839, 107.8 kilometers down. Up here in Taiwan, we've got a 4.8, and that was yesterday's at 21:36. Japan had a 5.0 up here from a 9:39 their time, and that was 11 kilometers down. We don't see anything else in the Kamchatka Peninsula. We do see this guy here in China, 5.1, 10 kilometers down at 1947 yesterday. And then we see this one in, what is it, Turkmenistan, and that is 10 kilometers down, 6:29 a.m. And we don't see anything else on that map that is of interest. So we will leave it there for a break. What we will do is we'll come back and take a look at the stuff in our wonderful Canary Islands, and then we'll have a look at the worldwide map. And that'll be cool and awesome. And on that note, it is time for me to take a break. I'm going to see if we can put you back on some lava. Yep, it is back up, and it is back to stopped buffering, which is, of course, Etna in Sicily. That is coming from the vent. That is at about 2,800 meters on the side of Mount Etna. And pretty awesome looking little lava flow. It has started to come down the hill some more on the front side, so very nice to see. Anyway, don't go playing in the lava while I'm on break. For those good people who have not yet hit that like button, please help us out. Please do hit that like. That would be really awesome. Also, if you're sitting on the outside and you have not yet subscribed, we do have subscriber mode only on for the chat. It only takes 1 minute before you can get in there and do your thing and chat with all the good people. For those people who need to know, there is one bunny back and eating, and I am going to go on a break. I will be back in 5 or 6 minutes. Keep smiling. Here comes some music, and I'm your host, DrFox2000 in cold Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'll be back. And there we go, the microphone is back on. And what is all this talk about? You seen a pig and you seen a UFO? Oh, welcome, Robert and Chandel. And thank you for the welcome backs there, Leo. And of course, oh mummy of hamsters, thank you. Welcome back, Uncle Doc. I've been wrapping gifts in the Lurkers Lounge. Oh, okay, no worries. All good. I seen a few Twinkies too. C&D boy, are you seeing things? Are you hitting that sauce again? Oh boy, oh boy. And welcome, Robert and Chantel. Glad to have you on board. Tom Turtleson, I didn't say hi to you. Welcome. And of course, what you guys are seeing on screen is the lovely lava coming down the hill from Mount Etna there in Sicily from the 2,800 meter mark. It is moved quite a ways. It's actually turned the corner a little bit. Where am I? There. Of course, the vent is up here, or the fissure, I should say, and it has slid down, and it's turned the corner and is coming down the other hill now. But it has an awful long ways to go before it gets to anyone, about 3 kilometers or so. And we've seen it come out of there before. It doesn't get very far very quickly. So that is what we've got going on. Anyway, that is all cool. And we will go over back to our earthquake map. We did say we were going to have a look and see what's going on in the Canary Islands. So let us go there now. I'm going to actually zoom that one back out a little bit. We see up at the top of the map. Hang on, this didn't switch. We will hit that button again and wait for it to switch. There we go. I don't want to be caught doing that again. Anyway, there's the one I was looking up at the top of the map. That happened at 1:42 at their time, UTC today, and that was a 3.3. And there was also a little buddy there that was from yesterday at 22 minutes after midnight at their time there. Now, one of the interesting things, we also see a couple of new ones here. That one is from 1858, 2.9. And that is, where is that on the list? 2.9, 30 kilometers down for that guy. And this other one is a 2.6. And where is that 2.6? I don't see it on the list here. Where'd you go? 2.6. That is older, 10 kilometers down. And that happened, that is a couple of days ago. So let's not even worry about him. 10 clicks down. Anyway, the stars flashing there showing us a very small 0.6 from 2245. That is the most recent one. That's over on Tenerife and up on top of the volcano there. We'll take a look though at La Palma because that's what we like looking at. And I'm going to slide back up on the list here looking for the ones from the 22nd. We did have 4 quakes. This one is out in the water, 1.0, 4:29 a.m., 3 kilometers down. And if you look at the map, it's the one with the circle around it. Next one is up on the hill where Cumbre Vieja is. That is 1.4, and that is 11 kilometers down, 5:28 a.m. for him. Next one, also in that same area, 9 kilometers down. 1.0, 5:28 is the time on that one, only about 20 seconds later. And then we have this guy over here in a really odd place, and that is from 21:29 time-wise, 1.0, 2 kilometers down. That's got to be almost near the tunnel there. So very cool to see, but that is there, so all good. And thanks, Leo, for bringing up the La Palma earthquake map. You guys are more than welcome to go check out that link. It will show you what is going on there, and it's all cool, and keep you up to date. Anyway, let's go over to the volcano map, and let's refresh that first so we are up to date. No, I don't want to buy any motorboats today, and I don't want any special vacations. Vancouver to New Delhi for $1,488, good deal. Or you can book from Edmonton to Toronto for $107. Why would I want to go to another cold place? Anyway, let's look at this map. Sorry, guys. Just my feelings. Anyway, nothing up in Iceland. It's quiet. Azores is still showing R2. South Sandwich Island still has a Michael volcano. Our ring of fire is pretty much intact as well. Nothing new. This one over here, of course, is Leskar, and that hasn't changed. And of course, Sabancaya. And these guys are all pretty much the same. Yeah, there's San Miguel, and then of course Tolika, both yellow right now. And Messiah, of course, is still showing that it is erupting, but the camera isn't working. And of course, there's Popocatépetl just south of Mexico City. They did have that quake over there, 4.0. That happened today. I didn't see that one earlier, so that is kind of interesting. And that is 16 kilometers down, I think, in depth. So that is pretty cool. All right, my screen locked up again, sort of. Let's zoom that back out. Going over here and looking at New Zealand, Taupo, and a White Isle volcano. And of course, Tofua over here. We already went through these quakes on the other map. And unfortunately, our home reef volcano not there. Vanuatu all still the same, and same as over here in Papua New Guinea, and those guys. No changes down here in this group. Of course, Luolatak, Raung, and then Semeru, Merapi, and Krakatau. And Ibu and Dakono right here still doing their thing. That quake, I guess, is closer to the other one than I thought it was over here, but it's okay. 4.4, we've seen that. And rest of the Philippines are pretty normal to all, still in orange, no difference. And of course, we see these guys, and nothing has changed. As there's Suwanoshijima and Sakurajima down on the bottom end of Japan there. We do see that 53 minutes ago, that earthquake there, 5.0 in Japan. And then we have these guys here, Ibako and Alade still there, and then Karimsky, Bezimiani, Shivalish, and that other one that I have such a hard time pronouncing. I'm not going to worry about it today. I don't want any stress. Anyway, looking down here, Erebus still in the Antarctic, and the penguins are taking pictures. And of course, there's Heard Island, a volcano. We no longer see Piton out here in the wonderful. Oh my God, I forgot the island, Reunion Island. There we go. I had to think about that. Does that mean early senility? Something going on in my head. I keep forgetting things. There's Urta Ale, and then of course we get up here to Sicily, Etna, Volcano, and Stromboli, and Campi, of course. So those are our volcanoes, and we're really not seeing anything. I'm going to put this back, zoom it back out a little bit if you're new and you haven't seen the big ring of fire. And we will try to show you what that looks like and why they call it the Ring of Fire. They are all, the green ones are all the inactive volcanoes, and you can see that it does definitely create a very large ring all the way around the Pacific Ocean. So pretty awesome to see that. And those are all subduction zones for the most part, so that's why we're seeing them. Anyway, going to put it back onto this map, and we will continue on with, let's get rid of that. We didn't look at any other guys. And I want to see, what is that one? 5.5 in Peru. Yeah, we got him earlier. Okay, over to our weather map, and we'll actually go to the SO2 map first. That is this one. Let me refresh that, because it is not minus 37, it's minus 28. Balmy here. That was what it was last night, minus 37. Anyway, looking at this map, one of the things that I noticed right off the bat is this smiling fish. One fish, are you still in here? One fish, we see you on the screen. And you've got, you look more like a whale in this particular picture. There's your eyeball, there's your mouth, and there's your tail over there, and a little bit of a fin on the back here. I'm not sure if anybody's following along with that. If you're buying this, I've got some real estate to sell you. Anyway, okay, no comments. Did my chat break? There's nobody seeing this. Are we still on the air? Oh boy. What a tough crowd today. No, my chat is broken. I think my chat is broken. I don't see any more stuff. Oh, okay. There it is. Finally. Okay. Yes, Doc. Okay. Glad somebody sees it. Thanks, Leo. I guess I'm not the only nut out here. Anyway, looking at the rest of the area, so we do see we all we all gone. Yeah, Billy Bob Joe, that would happen. And Boo Boo LOL. Yeah, don't scare me like that. Yep. We do see that blue is starting to come back, which is really, really nice to see. And even over here in the Atlantic Ocean, a lot more blue visible again. Looking at what we've got coming out of there in Mexico, of course, Popocatépetl, as well as Mexico City, making that. And that is going across the wonderful... what is that? Hang on, I'm looking at something else. Sorry. Sidetrack, squirrel moment. And this is Gulf of Mexico here. Very blue here on the Yucatan, which is really nice. So Guatemala and Belize and the Yucatan Peninsula are looking a lot better. Quite a big plume coming out into the Pacific from Colombia, I think, for the most part. Well, could be a combination, Ecuador and Colombia. Some of that might be leftover SO2 as well. I don't think there's anything new coming off of our wonderful Galapagos Islands. And looking down here a little bit more, Chile, dumping all its stuff over into Argentina. Even some of that is going right into the Atlantic Ocean. So that is what we've got there. Do want to remind everyone, these warm temperatures down here in Antarctica are allowing some of that SO2 that's been trapped to be released as the ice melts. And that is where that is coming from. And of course, White Isle volcano, a little bigger plume today. And Leo's barbecue, I'm not working. That's somebody else doing that. Anyway, we do see a little bit here in Tasmania as well. I wonder if they got some fires going to stay warm or something. Anyway, stuff up here in north of Sydney, coking plants, that's okay. And no barbecue today. Okay, no problem, Leo. Darn it. I was hoping. Anyway, there's Tofua out here in Tonga. And then, of course, Vanuatu. And we have Yasur. And then, of course, what is it? Aoba is throwing out most of that. Pretty normal looking there in Papua New Guinea. Sliding on, looking at Luolatok, the wind currents here, that storm coming in drawing it the opposite direction from normal. That's all cool. And we see here, that is where Semeru would be, Merapi and Krakatau over here, but Jakarta is throwing in a little bit there as well. And sliding over a little bit more, actually we should go up a little bit first. Ibu and Dakono doing its thing, and then of course the Philippines. It's always so hard to tell because they have so much pollution from the people, but you know, it's a densely populated area. I get it, right? So China, of course, a lot of pollution there, as well as Taiwan. Looking at this little area here, and that would be from Suwanosi-jima, and this area here would be covered by Sakura-jima. So that is what we've got there, but we do see this stuff from China sitting here and churning in the Sea of Japan, and that is definitely a lot of SO2 there, and that is hopefully going to dissipate. See a little bit coming off of our little duo that is down here, no longer a trio. Ibico probably being the culprit there, throwing out a lot of stuff. And then, of course, our Kamchatka ones, that is all being pushed in towards Russia. So that is what we've got. Here's what we're seeing there in India. And I'm wondering if they've got extra fires going and stuff like that. Surprisingly, we are seeing a little bit of SO2 from Reunion Island, and his friend over here, what is it, Martinias, or something like that. Anyway, they're there. And South Africa, we do see the, that's the area where they're doing all the gold smelting. And of course in here, DR Congo, fairly heavy with the two volcanoes and some coking plants. Urta Ale is here, but you can barely see anything due to the rest of the pollution in the area. And of course these are from the oil refineries in those areas, so nothing too serious. And looking at this little check mark here is from Etna, and Etna is continuing to do its thing, but what I was going to mention is Yvonne Kunkel gets on her plane. She leaves Etna, or Sicily, tomorrow afternoon, somewhere around 2 p.m. Their time. And we figure we have it scheduled to start blowing out the major eruption by about 4 p.m. So by about 5 p.m. my time, we will have Etna going crazy just as Yvonne lands, and I promised to send her some photos or screenshots. I'm kidding. I don't know what's going on there. We'll see what happens with Mount Etna. Anyway, a little heavy right there in Greece. I don't know why, but definitely there. And looking at Spain, fairly clear. Most of France is not bad. Half of Germany is starting to be clear as well. So those are always nice sights to see, that blue. And England fairly heavy, but still, you know, it's clearing. Scotland looks like a little clearer there, same as over here in Ireland, and of course Irish monk land. I did re-email him again today, and still have not got any response, just in case anyone is curious. Looks a little better up there in Denmark, and then of course bottom end of Sweden. Still seeing a fair amount of stuff in Norway and Iceland. Mind you, the levels are starting to ease up a whole bunch, so it is always nice to see that. And hopefully we will see better clear skies in the near future. And Richard Francis from Nevada, welcome. I'm glad to have you on board. All right, it is a break time, you guys. So when we come back from the break, we will go over our weather map and we'll see what we can come up with. In the meantime, I will put you, oh, look at all that cold. That's horrible. In the meantime, I'm going to put you back on some warm, lavely lava at Mount Etna in Sicily, as long as that picture is relatively okay. If it gets too bad, I will definitely switch it. Their autofocus on that camera does work, but sometimes it drives me crazy if it's out of focus too long. I think I will put that over onto our canned lava. Well, maybe not. They refocused it, sort of. Okay, I think I'll leave it here. Never mind. Be good, be kind. Don't forget to hit that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, please do consider subscribing if you feel we've earned it. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I'm going to go take a 5 or 6 minute break. Then we'll come back and do the weather and wrap up the show for today. And that'll be cool. And here comes some music. Keep smiling and play nice in the lava. And there we go. I got the microphone back on, and the picture's going fuzzy on me. Am I falling asleep? It's my voice. It puts me to sleep. Anyway, welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. And of course, this is a VolcanoX, a live stream. Thank you, Leo and Cananaskis Country and Sue Hayes, and I hear you from Sharon Stewart, and all are good. And we're going to get at our weather. Thank you, Grandma B, for the welcome back as well, and appreciate that. And let's carry on. I was going to say, hey, there's a bunny eating, but he took off so fast, I don't see him anymore. He had left. Oh, all that talk about sleep. Yep, it happens, you guys. And like I mentioned in the stream there, what usually happens is I'll go make myself something to eat, whether it's a sandwich or something or what have you afterwards, after the show, and bowl of soup or whatever, and the tummy gets full, and I'm watching a documentary or something, and halfway through it, I'll be out like a light, and wake up in my chair at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning and go, oh, I better go to bed. So, happens quite a bit. And Dan says, what's up, Doc? Well, I don't know, not a heck of a lot. Let's go take a look at some cold temperatures around the world and get that over with. And I need to get some sleep tonight, too. I feel very tired right now. I don't know why. Maybe it's because everybody else is falling asleep. Anyway, there is our cold stuff there in Canada, the western portion of Canada, and the Alaska, very cold. And what we see there, it is dipping down into the U.S. and all the way down to the bottom of Texas. And they've got a nasty storm happening around the Great Lakes, so I'm not going to be too nasty here. We're going to go fairly quick. We do see some of the temperatures up there aren't quite as bad. Wow, Billy Bob Joe, thank you for throwing in that $5 super chat. Billy and Bob Joe, get that written down so we can say thank you to you at the end of the show as well. And thank you. I do appreciate that. It is awesome. Thanks. And we will continue on here. Looking at some of the temperatures, we see, minus 45 degrees Celsius up here in Nunavut. And I want none of it. It's too cold. Edmonton has got some warmth. And they're saying a minus 31 on here. It's still only a minus 28 here. So a little bit better than what we got, but looking down in Kananaskis area down here, they've got some mixed stuff. Hopefully he'll warm up as well, and that is pretty cold. Minus 6 or 7 or 8 there in Vancouver. Out in the Rock, where C&D Boy is probably about the same temperatures, 7 or 8 degrees below freezing. And here we see that a big cold dipping all the way into the United States. And here's where that storm front is going through. It's already passed through Chicago area. Apparently they got a bunch of ice rain and stuff, and is making a mess of the roads. And yeah, if you wanted a white Christmas, it's coming. And still a minus 50 degree Celsius wind chill. That is a cold. Anyway, quick peek, Toronto is up to 4 degrees, but that's not going to stay there. This system is coming through, and it'll get cold. They will get some snow for Christmas, I promise. Montreal, minus 4. Quebec, looking at about minus 7. Looks a little colder in New Brunswick. And, of course, Sue Hayes out there in Cole Harbor, probably about 3 or 4 degrees, 3 degrees Celsius. There you go. For those speaking English, 27 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm kidding. Oh, anyway, that is what it is. It's pretty chilly out there. -1 out here in Newfoundland, and -4 in the interior portions of it. And we get up into the Labrador region. They're seeing anywhere from about -14 up to about -17 in some of those spots. 13, 12 on the coast here. Really warm on the coast. But Quebec definitely in the deep freeze as well. Sliding over, having a quick look. And yeah, we see what's going on. So if you're in Montana or Wyoming, and even a good portion of Colorado, North South Carolina, and just the list goes on. It's all cold there. You can see on the map. Very, very cold. And Portland now only making it to a -7 today is what we're seeing right now there. And about 9 or 10 in San Jose. LA about 13 degrees right now. Death Valley about the same, 13 degrees, so that's not bad. And considering the cold everywhere else, we got 15 in Mexicali, 12 there in Phoenix, Arizona. Tucson coming in at 11. Looking at how cold it is, a -6 there in San Antonio. People just aren't used to those cold temperatures down there, though. A -7 in Austin, and we've got -3 in Houston. Dallas coming in at -11. Wow. Oklahoma, they're a bit more prone to being cold, but they are a -15 degrees at Celsius. Tulsa -16. Little Rock, Arkansas, sitting at -12. It's not till you get over this edge here that we see the temperatures go up a little bit. New Orleans at about 14 or 15, so about, if you want to put that into normal terms, about 55, 57, 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Looking down on the bottom end, not bad in Florida, 23 in Miami right now. Orlando about 18, but when we come up a little bit, Atlanta only making it to a 7. Charlotte, North Carolina, seeing a 6. Grandma B's home is about 6 degrees as well. That would put you at about 41, 42 Fahrenheit if I'm pretty close to that. And Virginia Beach, look at this. They've got a warm spot. There's a warm flow coming in here. You can go enjoy the beach right now at 14 degrees Celsius. New York, probably fairly warm as well. They've got 6 or 7 degrees. Boston, still in the warmer area as well at 6 degrees. Halifax, of course, that is a lot colder at -3, and that's the same what Sioux has. And looking over here in Mexico real quick, and we see the Baja did warm up just a little bit. Still quite a bit of a cold, though, into Mexico. Mexico City is about 16 degrees, depending on where you're pointing, and that's what we've got there. Not so warm there in Cancun, about 24, 25 degrees, sliding down a little bit, and looking at this area here, and kind of pretty normal for Central America. And then, of course, you get into South America, starts to warm up. They've got some of that nicer warm air. Of course, these are nighttime temperatures, so the higher elevations, of course, are going to show up very brilliantly in that green color and blue color. But for the most part, it's not bad. 22, 23 degrees, 25 in some places there in the Amazon. Paraguay coming in at about 27, 28, 29, again, depending on where you are, 22 on the other side here. And Uruguay, same thing. It's kind of a split thing. Out at the coast, a little cooler. Interior, a little bit warmer. Buenos Aires, about 25. We see Argentina for the most part. They've got some hot spots there. Some places as high as 33, 34 degrees I seen earlier. but that's all right. And Rio de Janeiro only 18, 19 right now, not so warm, 16 in Sao Paulo. And then we see the bottom half of Argentina, not so warm either. Let's take a quick peek at New Zealand. And of course, there in New Zealand, Christchurch coming in about 18 degrees right now. Not that bad for the most part. And Leo's bringing up the temperature for Taupo. That is in the middle here, about 22 degrees. That's not bad. And Wellington making it up to about 19. Auckland up on the north end, 22, same as the Taupo area. Thank you, Leo, for bringing that in. And Grenzed throwing in the plus 25 up near where he is. Lovely day here. Excellent, because it does look really warm up top. And that is good. And holy mackerel, Tasmania. They are 20 degrees in Hobart today. 22, 23 on the coastal areas, and that is pretty awesome. And that is pretty neat to see. And Melbourne, 21 degrees, and it says 22 on the map here, but hey, we'll believe it's 22, 21 and a half, Leo, and we'll see what happens. But we do see they've got a lot of warmth there, and they're now willing to share it with the North American people. Unfortunately, these Australian people, I don't know. Yeah. 22 in Adelaide, they're looking at 20, well, depending on where you're pointing, 25, 26, 27, 28 in Sydney. And Brisbane, home of Oz, as she sits there with her sunglasses and the suntan lotion at a balmy minus or plus 30 degrees Celsius. And that's what I see. Not minus 30, but plus 30, okay, the other side of the scale. And, it's 28 according to the weather guessers there. Perth coming in at about 31, 32, so, maybe even a little bit more, 34. And some good heat there. Some of the spots here, 40 degrees, what we see on the western coast. And that is pretty good. And even up here in the north, some, not bad temperatures all the way around. I wouldn't complain if I had that. Ellie is that storm that's sitting up here, and I hope Ellie doesn't get mad. I hear girls are bad when they're storms. So Leo's going, yeah, it's too hot. Fiji coming in about 28, same thing as our wonderful areas there. Vanuatu 28, 29, New Caledonia slightly cooler at 26, 27. Papua New Guinea hitting some 34 degrees in some spots. The higher elevations, of course, a little cooler. And we see the warm stuff all over there. Bangkok coming in at about, 27 degrees, just like what the map says. So they warmed up a little bit at that warmer air. Pushing back north, and the rest of the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia, pretty normal for this time of year, except for they do have a lot of rain happening. It is the rainy season, and monsoon season, as they call it. And 29 there in Manila, and we see all kinds of blue and green there in Japan. Of course, with the snow, you would expect that. And that is a nasty looking low in the Sea of Japan, and that is churning pretty nasty. There's another low right there at the northern end, and that is, of course, the two are helping each other pull down that cold air. There's your Kamchatka Peninsula. What happened to that warm bridge we had in here? No more. There's another low helping to pull that cold air down. Sliding over and looking at India, we still see this storm here off the coast of Sri Lanka, and of course as Darien out here by itself, away from everyone, doing its thing. and a few other circulations. This one out here low, and then there's another. Looks like, I'm not sure if that's a low or a high. Where's the? Oh, there it is. It's a high. That's what we've got. It always gets confusing around the equator. I don't know who's got what. We see another low down here, and Cape Town only making it to 16, 17 today. Some good heat there, still holding on in the southern portions of Africa, but that is what we've got there. And that cold infiltrated the Sahara Desert again, so it is very, very cold there for them. Cairo, surprisingly, still up at 13. UAE still about the same as yesterday, 15 to about 18, 19 degrees. And a little warmer there in Oman, but not by much, and a little colder in some of the areas of Yemen and Saudi Arabia up in the north end, only making it to about 6, 7 degrees. Very cold. And let's zoom in. We'll get to Piggy's house. And is there 2 bunnies right now? I don't see any bunnies right now. Okay, never mind. Piggy's house, good thing she's got that warmer heater going, and that is 13 degrees there. It's just 14 on here, but pretty close, and thank you both Sue and Leo. That's all right, no worries, you guys. It's all good, and we see that there. And sliding over, of course, Crete, not doing so well. Southern coast, though, still quite warm. And Greece, boy, in some places in Greece, 1 degree, -1. Athens making it to about 6, 7 degrees, depending on where you are. We already know what Yvonne Kunkel is looking at. Her temperature today actually was surprisingly the same as at her home. So that was kind of cool to see. She had 9 degrees Celsius in both places. And it says it's 8 degrees there now where she's staying. So that is pretty cool, or warm, or normal. Anyway, boot of Italy, a little bit warmer on the tip, but the rest of it looks like a little on the cold side. Naples coming in at about 13, 14 degrees. Rome only making it to about 7 today, sliding up to Milano up here. We see 6 degrees Celsius. New Irish Monkland, a little bit warmer today from what they had, and definitely in the double digits, at least low ones, but a little warmer. And taking a quick look at Spain and Portugal, the coastline doing a lot better, but the interior here of Spain still very cold. And France is getting beat with that warm air, and they've got some lovely temperatures there for this time of year. 12 degrees in Paris, and somewhere down here 14 degrees in this, what is it, Bordeaux. And wow, that is pretty awesome. And Munich made it to 9 degrees today. That is excellent. So they may not get snow for Christmas after all. And we see 7 there in Frankfurt, and Cologne about 9 degrees. Berlin making it to 4 today. And looking up here, Hamburg 4 as well. Let's slide up. Copenhagen 4, 5 degrees in Copenhagen, and up in the north. Looking at London, about 7, 8 degrees, and then Plymouth down here 10 degrees. But the northern areas we see are a little bit colder, right around that freezing mark, till even in most of Wales, till you get out on the coast. That is where those warm currents are coming by. So a place like Cork, about 8 degrees. And you drop down to about 4 or 5 there where Irish Monk is from, Doolin. And of course here we got about 4 degrees, and that is not so warm for them. Sliding up, looking at the other places, we've got Oslo -4, Stockholm a little warmer, +2, St. Petersburg 0, and back out here in Moscow 0 today as well. And let's take a look at Reykjavik. Let's see what the temperature is for there. It looks awful cold in Iceland. And thank you, Sue. And we'll see what it says. About 9 degrees below zero. Minus 9 Celsius, I think, is what the temp is. Boy, that bot is taking its time to get there. Oh, it's actually only a 6. Minus a 6. How come this one says minus 9? Okay. Well, I don't know. Maybe somebody's got something wrong. But that's all right. That's what we've got there. So a quick peek at precipitation. Going to do this fairly well. Actually, I am going to take a break, you guys. My throat is absolutely going to burn out if I don't do that. So I'm going to take a quick break. And for those good people who are here, if you have not yet hit that like button, please do consider hitting it and helping us out get over that 100 mark. That would really be awesome. Also, for those good people who have not yet subscribed, if you're enjoying the show and you want to be part of it, you are more than welcome to hit that subscribe button. Don't forget to hit the bell notification. That way you know when we're on. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm not going to spend too much time, but I'll be back soon. And we'll finish off with our precipitation and our low temperature hunt around the planet, and we'll see from there. I'm going to throw you back on some lava, and I don't mean I'm literally going to throw you on the lava. That would smell funny. I'm going to put you back onto something where you can watch lava. There you go. And that is Etna in Sicily, 2,800 meters up is where the vent is, or the fissure, and the lava flow continues. I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in about 4 or 5 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. I told you I was going to be quick. I had to do that. I don't want to be here all night. I'm hungry. I gotta go eat cookies. Something like that. And I forgot to take a sip of Pepsi before I turned the microphone on. That's good. Okay, thank you for the welcome backs from Leo and Sue in Kananaskis country. And I hear you from Sharon Stewart. I did say a quick break. And all good. I see Teresa also made it in, and Tom Turtleson. I don't know if I said hello to you. Anyway, we're all good for now. Let's pop back over to that weather map. What? I did it again, C&D. Man, sorry. I'll look it up. Thank you. What did you do, Billy Bob Joe? Anyway, what? To that, look at the smile in the lava. Oh, hang on. You seen a smile in the lava? Let me go back there for a second. We'll take a look at the smile in the lava. I missed it. I'm getting tired, and that's why I missed it. But we'll see in a second here when this thing decides to switch it back. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We do definitely see the smiley face lava, and that is cool. And that is right in here. We see them, the two eyes. That was our lizard before. That is pretty cool. And that is, it's Lizoid smiling. And that is pretty awesome. And what? I was shaking a chicken in the oven. Oh, all right. Anyway, that is awesome. Let's go back to our weather, though. And now that we see that smiley, that is pretty cool. Lizoid, you have a wonderful smile there. Anyway, let's see what we've got going on here in North America. First off, up in the Yukon and Northwest Territories, we do see a low up there with some snow. And then, of course, over here above the wonderful Hudson's Bay, we see some snow there. And, of course, in Manitoba and Northern Ontario, that's snow, as well as everything that is blasting through the areas here. And Chicago got it, and it's coming. And where we had those warm temperatures in Toronto, they're going to get cold. They're going to get snow for Christmas. So everybody here is going to get snow for Christmas. It's coming. It's pushing. It's going to head eastward until it collides with this system. Then I don't know what's going to happen. Anyway, we do see New York, 3 millimeters of rain is what they're going to get. Does look like, though, most of it will be up here, and I guess New Hampshire and those areas up New York, upstate. And they are going to get rain first, and then probably freezing, and then some snow. Looks like North and South Carolina, not too much right now. I don't know where this is going to go yet. It looks like it might be feeding into that. We do see some rain stuff there in Florida. Hopefully no snow, and we see this working its way along. And right now it looks like it's starting to move into Alabama, and hopefully that they won't get too much ice rain or anything like that. Anyway, that's what's going on there. Normal stuff in the Amazon and South America for the most part for this time of year. We do see some of these lows here pulling that air mass out. Big storm out in the Atlantic. And that is a pretty normal there. Bottom end of, here's a low sitting over top of the bottom end of Chile, nailing them, getting a bunch of rain for those guys, and some ice rain out here, and that is not good. So that'll be out in, what's our good thing, Michael Volcano out there, getting some of that. And going over here, looking at Granzed's place, he's got nothing. He's got going for a swim. Meanwhile, the South Island is completely being drenched by all kinds of thunderstorms. And from about Taupo Lake south, you've got nothing but rain and thunderstorms. Wellington getting nailed. Looks like Christchurch is actually dry right now, but I'm sure they'll get some too. And that very warm Tasmania does have a little bit of rain in it, and not too much. No rain in Melbourne, and sliding up, maybe nothing in Sydney, nothing in Brisbane, but we do see all this stuff in the interior here. And it being the rainy season, Ellie over here is helping out draw all that moisture downward from the Indonesian area, and we see that is continuing on. And yeah, they've got some weird circulations going on there now, but lots of storms for those poor people. And Darien out here in the Indian Ocean is still doing its thing. Then we've got this other low, Bay of Bengal is, I guess, this area. So getting into there. And of course, we see the Philippines getting nailed. Manila not, but the rest of it is. And of course, we already looked at that low churning here in the Sea of Japan, and they are getting some snow in the southern portions of Japan, as well as South Korea, and of course in China and stuff like that. Kamchatka Peninsula definitely getting nailed. And I just want to mention here the northern island here of Japan. They get an incredible amount of snow during the winter. So there you can easily get 2 or 3 meters in one dump, if not more. So it's pretty nasty. Anyway, looking here, we see another low out here causing some problems. And that is winding stuff through. And I don't know if it's going to end up hitting anything out here, if this high is going to push it up more or what. But hopefully Madagascar will be braced for some rain. And South Africa, not bad. The central portions here, where it is the rainy season, it's supposed to rain, and that is kind of jungle-like land. And then, of course, dry and cold there in the Sahara. We do see some very unusual rain up here in Saudi Arabia. This is odd, but they are getting some. And looking at Piggy's place, she might have some rain coming. I'm not sure where that's going to go, but it doesn't look like anything really severe or heavy, which is okay. And Sicily, not much rain happening there. Maybe a little bit of snow on top of Etna. We'll see what happens if it gets cold enough. And the boot of Italy getting a little bit wet. Not so bad in Sardinia. And some stuff happening here, but nothing too terrible. And then Milano looks like a fog. And we'll take a look here in Spain and Portugal, and just the northwest corners here. Nothing too severe, but we do see this stream coming in, and that's going to be coming up and getting those guys. France getting an awful lot of rain right now. Of course, we've got snow in the Alps. Looks like Munich is getting some rain. Frankfurt got some rain. Cologne got some rain. Berlin got some rain. Hamburg got some rain. Amsterdam got some rain. How about Copenhagen? No rain in Copenhagen. Go to Copenhagen if you want to be dry. Central portions of England and Wales, very, very foggy, as down here in Ireland. Bottom end getting some rain right now, but I'm sure that's going to increase, and we'll see what happens. A little out of snow up here in Scotland. Stockholm, they're going to have a white Christmas too, I think. They've got that snow pushing down on top of them. We'll see what happens. A little bit here in Norway and that portion, and then of course St. Petersburg Another place, no, that's up here. This is, what is this place? Uh, Pieskov, and that is going to get some snow there. St. Petersburg is supposed to get snow as well. I read that in a report. And there we go. We got that low sitting over Finland, and they're getting dumped with snow. And of course, the normal stuff along the Norwegian coast. It wouldn't be the Norwegian coast without all that snow and rain and stuff. And looking here, we've got the north and eastern portions of Iceland getting more snow, and we know they already have snow in the other regions down here, so nothing unusual for that, and that is pretty much it. I just want to reiterate for those people living in the New York region and even the eastern seaboard along the U.S., you're going to get some more storms coming through. And you see this low was sucking everything in and causing that storm. Once it hits that cold air that's pushing from the west, you're going to get really messed up. So lots of snow going to happen in this region, especially once that cold air gets through. And that'll be what we've got. Yep, Billy Bob Joe, you had the exclamation and is what it is. Kiev, 0 degrees. That is pretty cold. Anyway, for them, I guess that's not that cold. It's about normal for them. Anyway, that is what we're seeing on that map. Let's put it back on temperatures. We'll go find the lowest temperatures on the planet real quick, and then we'll wrap things up. So I see a minus 42 down here in Antarctica, and that is about the lowest I can see. And we'll see what we've got. I'm going to search a little bit, but so far that is what I've got. Minus 42, just scanning around. Don't see anything colder there. There are other opportunities, of course. No, I think I'm gonna stay with my minus 42. Don't see anything else. And let's go up and take a look maybe at Greenland first. Greenland was horrible. I seen some very cold temperatures there today. Minus 48 up here somewhere. Where was it? And somewhere around here. There it is. Minus. I seen it. Minus 48 there in Greenland. Where'd we go? We had you. We had you, mister. All right, minus 48 up there. But, yeah, it's cold enough. We don't need anything colder. So, minus 48 in Greenland, and northern Canada is where things got a little weird. And the Arctic area, depending on where you're at, you have some horribly cold temperatures. Up here I was seeing a minus 51, 52 degrees, so there's minus 51 right there, and I thought I seen a minus 52 earlier, but you never know, it could have warmed up a little, but yeah, I'm gonna leave it at a minus 51 for what I see there. So that is pretty darn cold. We do see over here in Alaskan area, and they got some colder temps as well, but not quite as cold. So I will leave that be, and sliding over into Russia. Russia is actually pretty warm for today, I think, from what I've seen. And I think it nowhere near those minus 50 marks that we were seeing, and we know that there's at least about a minus 45, 46 in there from what I seen earlier. Just gotta find them, and they were in here somewhere. I do believe. Oh, there's a minus a 42. And where is it? Minus a 40. No, where are you? You were there earlier. I seen you. I checked on you. Well, all I'm seeing is a minus a 42 right now. Hang on. Are we not down here? No, a minus a 42, minus a 43 in here. I just seen that minus a 43. So that's there. What about over here? No, nothing. And going up the river, we don't see anything. And nothing there, nothing here. And they're back to a minus a 41. Some of these are pretty tough to find, of minus a 42. So doesn't look too bad. Okay. I don't see anything colder than a minus a 42 right now, unless there's something further up north that I missed. And we'll see. Nope, I think that's about it, and nothing over here. So I'm going to say a minus a 42 for Siberia, and that is actually pretty warm considering what it was normally. I got minus 42 right there. How come? Yeah. All right, so that's kind of it. And for those who were paying attention, how did I score? And let's see. Oh, I see. There we go. Sue has a minus 43 for Antarctica. And I only had minus 42. I got a minus 48 for Greenland, and I think Sue had the same. Northern Canada, I had different temperature. I think, what did I say for Northern Canada? I said minus 42. Sue said minus 51. Oh, that's a big difference. And Siberia, I had a minus 43, and Sue had a minus 45. Sue wins. Sue is the cold queen. Sue, you're cold as ice. Anyway, that is awesome. That is cold, but it's awesome. So thank you for doing that. That's all cool. Get it? It's all cool. Oh, brr. I know. Bad humor. Bad humor. All cool. All right. That is all good for now. Let's put on some... we'll trade a few degrees of hot for cold. Grand Z, I'm all game. If you can give me 5 degrees, I will give you 5 degrees of the negative temperature, which will put me up to a balmy minus 24 degrees Celsius. Ice Goddess will go feed our cold area inhabitants. Yep, the mammoths and the I guess what are they, reindeer up there and whatever else, penguins, and yeah, all those creatures, and all good. Let's put you back on some lava. Hopefully that lava is still flowing. Oh, it's all fuzzy. And there they are. I see the creatures, and I see our fuzzy lava too. So we've got some woolly mammoths, and we've got some polar bears, penguins, and of course some reindeer. That is pretty cool. Don't forget to feed the Arctic hare while you're up there, and that would be pretty good too. They need some food. On that friendly note, actually, you know what? I wonder, what does an Arctic hare eat in the wintertime? Like, anybody got any ideas? all there is snow. There's no plants. What the heck does an Arctic hare eat up in the northern areas? Unless they dig for food, I have no idea. Are you talking about David Jones' locker? No, don't go in there. That smells funny. What nicer than white-tailed spider? Uh-oh. Mosses. Maybe, but what if the moss is like 6 feet under the yeah, Arctic hare want to dine at BB's. And that's about it. Okay, you guys, I think that is it for our show for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Really do appreciate each and every one of you. And of course, tomorrow is Friday, and we will have a show. And on Saturday is Christmas Eve. And as a German, we typically celebrate our Christmas mostly on Christmas Eve. I don't know yet if I want to be on because it would be an early show. We'll see what we can do, and we'll figure that out by tomorrow. Also, for those for Christmas Day, which is on Sunday, I was thinking we can do that, but we'll see. Eating plants, mosses, and lichens, which they may dig through the snow to find them. Okay, thanks, Sharon, and that is all cool. All right, so we'll see what happens for tomorrow, and that'll be all interesting, and we'll go from there. And on those friendly notes, if there's anyone in here that hasn't hit that like button yet, give it a bop for us. We are at 95. We want to see it get over that 100 mark if we can. And since the lava is looking so fuzzy on my screen, I got to double check that. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put you on canned lava for the remaining portion of our show here, just to wind it down. So please enjoy the canned lava, and we'll get that turned on. And of course, that is archived footage from Fissure 3 Mauna Loa in its funky colors. So be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, stay warm, and stay out of the storms for the most part. And on that friendly note, please don't forget to tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Oh, I forgot to say a big thank you to our super chatters, and that was Old Mummy of Hamsters, and Kate, and Billy, Bob, Joe. Thank you guys. You guys are awesome. Thank you for the super chats. I do appreciate that. And thanks also to our wonderful moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, C&D Boy, and Gary 24/7 Live. He's at Skies, as well as we'll have Joseph Fields there, and everyone knows Lucas Snow, the Cookie Monster. He hasn't been in for a while, but he popped into the other stream today, so all good. And be good, be kind, take care of yourselves, and like I said, please make sure you tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, and oink oink.